No, okay. Let's get this stream over with. Let's get this stream into place. Man, might have a bit of distractions here and there, but yeah, not much to change for the birds, but gonna do the same old thing as last time that was in Easter Sunday. So hey users on the internet, what's up second channel viewers? This is four-legged Kai Vids or awesome Kai experience 56 here. And yes, due to the fact that I'm going to going to private everything else, especially the fact that I might be a bit scared. Scared of DMing people on a daily basis, and yeah, someone spamming me in the notes in Perfinity just because of the comic they're anticipating, but that I really honestly not a fan of. Not a fan of the idea, honestly. So I guess I'll tell once I reveal. But art cannot be rushed, even if someone is able to draw super fast. Super mad. Okay, this is where I left off. 40 seconds. The 40-second barrier. Okay, I've been looking forward to. Okay, maybe I might get a bit distracted because I'm going to do some college stuff, get this over with. But yeah, also good news is I'm going to receive a terrifying picture this weekend in a good way. Unlike the ones that are bothering me and begging me to have attention. Still popular demand. I guess why I'm still because of besides because of the update of after the big session of GoAnimate I'm going to be using for the major use. Um, I just don't want to leave my series into rot. Don't want to leave it to rot, so that people are wondering where's that. I guess it's a popular series that's still running. Romance is on the menu. Nikki Snivy said with an angry expression. Let's see if we can try to back offline. Okay, it's not as slow as FlashThemes, but I'll see when I can use FlashThemes. When we could use FlashThemes for some suggestions. But yeah, I guess I prefer using both for different reasons, honestly. Flash FlashThemes is for unique looking characters with custom assets, as well as text to speech, voice lines, text to speech, voice lines that's always consistently working to increase the courage of storytelling. But yeah, and for Rapper Hotline, even though there's a lack of custom assets, unless someone knows how to do it, then reenactments it does not rely on text to speech features. But yeah, text is it's the biggest con. One of the biggest cons of Rapper Offline is oh yeah, voices being better, but one of the biggest cons of Rapper Offline is text to speech does not work there. I don't know why, but man, if a newer version of Rapper Offline, man, which we can download custom sets and put in Rapper Offline if we don't want to use without relying too much on the internet. Okay, let's add a hand. Do I have a hand backstage? Yup, yup, I do.
Romance is on the menu. Sounds dope.
Let's make it open. No, no, no. I mean the back. Let's make this fluid. So, since it's not that fast, Henry Hogan, welcome, sweet traveler. Okay, I'm not just gonna leave any progress to rot. Ah, sure thing. Despite being bothered on a daily basis by multicultural bonds and such, sadly. Okay, thanks for respecting the privacy. At least that's what I recommend. Whichever works. But I mean, here, let's just try to, of course. Here you go. Okay. So I guess Discord is not being shown on the screen. Yeah, new account. I see. Been a month. I was in a GoAnimate session, but now I'm in a drawing session for the majority of the time. So I guess I'm not going to be focusing as much. Yeah, yeah, this one last. Paste.
Romance is on the menu. Sounds delicious. No, I was referring to Minnie. You.
Okay. I'll say it's faster than FlashThemes. Put it behind until we reach. Oh yeah, there.
Romance is on the menu. Sounds delicious. Romance is on the menu. Sounds delicious. No, I was referring. Sounds delicious. Sounds delicious.
Rotate this. Um,
Sounds delicious. Sounds delicious. No, I was referring. Sounds delicious. No, I was referring to romance is on the menu. Romance is on the menu.
Okay, here you go. Okay, try to spare no spare no time expense. Okay. Man, Gary Johnson's even sparing no expense of finishing my Patreon reward, but yeah, I guess I'll just be on hiatus of Patreon a little bit, but as long as I have retained some spare money.
Sounds delicious. Sounds delicious. No, I was referring to mini. You celebrating. No, I was referring to. Sounds delicious.
years. There you go. That's
No, I was referring to Minnie. I was referring to Minnie. You look so radiant. Hey, what's the idea? I look at you. You look so radiant. No, I was referring to Minnie. You look so radiant. You look so. You look so radiant this evening. Oh, hey, what's the big idea? Shh. Now look, Goofy, when two people are alone, they act like that. Oh. Oh. Oh, hey, what's the big idea? Shh. Now look. Oh, hey, what's the big idea? Shh. This evening. Oh, hey, oh, hey, what's the big idea? Shh. Now look, Goofy, when two people are alone, they act like that. Oh. Oh. Oh, hey, what's the big idea? Shh. Hey, what's the big idea? Shh. Hey, what's the big idea?
And make. Knott's Berry Farm usually doesn't do that though. They usually just do their refurb, you know? Like they're one of the few parks that actually post their refurb calendar on their website, which I greatly appreciate as a local. I wish more regional amusement parks would do something like that, where they let you know what rides will be closed before you get there or before you plan a trip. I really appreciate that. This Montezuma's Revenge closure.
Maybe guess that the app lets us know. Okay, teeth expression for her. Did I add it already? Didn't I add that already? That's either. No. Okay, I think I brought stereo and FlashThemes for the interaction of Debo. Probably not. Probably no. Oh yeah, Moga. So I brought a Moga in there. Man, I wish more people take this seriously. Was that a fake mon? Is that even a fake mon? Where did I get that fake mon from last year? Such memories. That's 20 years on YouTube. Film at San Diego Zoo. So maybe it could feature Dodrio for returning Pokemon. Yeah, that's Charizard, but way more different than the one Charizard that's made from a pedal. That's still on YouTube. But, yeah, I made it have a snout, so it looks better than the ones made by other people. Let's share this. So okay, here you go.
Was not a refurbishment, so it feels like they lied to us. The way that it happened was
Wow,
actually really bizarre.
I know,
Originally,
right?
they announced it was going to be a refurb, and then they were planning to close it like 3 days later, maybe like the next day. I don't even remember. I actually went to the park on the first day of the closure, and then like the next day, they announced that it'll be reopened for like a month because the park knew what they were doing. They knew that Montezuma's Revenge would never be the same, but they didn't tell that to the guests. So I'm very grateful that they did that. On my last rides on Montezuma's Revenge, I remember going to the parks.
Hey, what's the big idea?
Montezuma's Revenge before.
Now look, Goofy, when two people are... Hey, what's the big idea? Now look, Goofy, when...
I don't even know what Montezuma the Forbidden Fortress is supposed to be. The lack of communication is beyond unacceptable, in my opinion. Like, all we know is that it's supposed to be a reimagined version of Montezuma's Revenge with a randomized launch sequence, which those words on paper sound cool, but I have no idea what that looks like in practice. The only animation they released of Montezuma is the new train, which it looks like it has comfort colors, which is a major downgrade, because the old school Schwarzkopf trains that Montezuma has been running for literal generations, ratcheting lap bar, which is really, really cool. And yeah, the loop is gone. They just took it out. So when that happened, it caused a lot of panic. They were like, what do you mean? You know, that's a defining moment on the attraction. And also, the manufacturer of Montezuma's Revenge doesn't exist anymore. They went out of business. Schwarzkopf is no longer building roller coasters. So the loop is gone. There's no bringing it back. I don't know what's happening because the park...
No, I was referring to Minnie.
Like the rumors, and I don't know what to believe. There's some discussion that removing the...
No, I was referring to Minnie.
The manufacturer of this new coaster, or by some construction company or something. There might be some litigation going on about it, like in a courtroom.
Look so radiant this evening.
But like, can you be more open about it? Like this Montezuma, the Forbidden Fortress, has been delayed from 2023 to 2024, and now it's supposed to open in 2025, but it is currently late March 2025 at the time of this recording, and the ride has looked the exact same for actual years. Like there's zero progress as of my last visit to Knott's Berry Farm. So I would be very surprised if the Forbidden Fortress actually opens this year, even though they announced that it would. They literally re-released the same animation to tell us that it was going to open in 2025.
So radiant.
I don't think that's going to happen. So it's just absolutely unacceptable to close one of your oldest roller coaster with no warning and then not have a stable replacement plan for it. This park only has 10 roller coasters, which is a lot. But like this park gets so much attendance that 10 coasters, and a lot of them are pretty low capacity. So Knott's Berry Farm needs rides to keep people off the midway, to keep lines moving, because this park just gets so crowded. It gets unbelievably crowded. So closing Montezuma is a complete disaster. Montezuma was only one of the 5 thrill coasters in this park, and it has been closed for years. So Knott's has been running with 4 thrill coasters since 2022. It is just beyond frustrating. I don't even know what company is designing Forbidden Fortress, but they're doing an awful job. I think some people believe it's Kumbak, which I'm not going to lie, I've never heard of this company before. I literally just Googled them, and Google says that they specialize in modifying existing rides, but like they're not doing a great job with Montezuma's Revenge, which is 100% unacceptable. And like if we take a look at one of Knott's Berry Farm's sister parks, even before the merger, Cedar Point did not have a problem throwing Zamperla under the bus when Top Thrill 2 did not open for its opening season. So I don't understand why Knott's Berry Farm can't do the same. Like I know a lot of people criticize Cedar Point for doing that to Zamperla, but they didn't deliver. I think that's fair. Obviously, I was one of Cedar Point's guests in 2024 who did not get to ride Top Thrill 2, and I wasn't really upset about it because I knew it wasn't Cedar Point's fault. Because I'm not happy that they went with Zamperla for that project because they didn't have experience with a ride like Top Thrill Dragster and obviously with a ride like Top Thrill 2. So I'm not surprised that they failed, at least in the opening year. But my anger is directed towards the manufacturer who disappointed the park and by extension disappointed me as a guest of Cedar Point in 2024. In the case of Knott's Berry Farm, there's no communication. They have not told anybody what is happening. All we know is that they took out the loop. The ride has been delayed 3 years. That's insane. 3 years. If Knott's put out a statement like Cedar Point did, throwing a manufacturer under the bus, I would be less upset. I would be like, okay, something is happening. The park is trying to work with this company, fix this ride, or to get Forbidden Fortress open. Like at this point, I don't think the Forbidden Fortress is ever going to open. It's a disaster. And then they can't bring back Montezuma's Revenge because, as I said, Schwarzkopf is gone. So it's just an absolute nightmare. When they announced the Forbidden Fortress, they should have released an animation of what the changes would look like. They should have announced the company that was designing the Forbidden Fortress. Like literally all we have.
Hey, what's the big idea?
That I probably showed you.
Oh, look, Goofy.
Not very far.
Oh, look, Goofy. When 2 people are alone, they are.
Afford to have 1/5 of their thrill coasters closed. So I really hope this gets resolved because it's ridiculous. They should have just let Montezuma's Revenge continue as normal. Because literally like a year or 2 before they closed Montezuma's Revenge, it was given the status as an Ace Coaster landmark. So it's kind of ridiculous that as soon as that happened, they're like, all right, let's get rid of it, you know? And like I said, they announced it as a briefer, not as a closure, even though they knew it was going to be a closure because Forbidden Fortress was not going to be Montezuma's Revenge. The Montezuma's Revenge ride experience is gone forever. And that sucks a lot. That's really upsetting. I don't know if I'm ever going to forgive Knott's Berry Farm for the way that they handled this situation. It's absolutely ridiculous. But we're going to move on to
what's the big idea?
Automatic launch coaster in this park. We're going to talk about Accelerator for a little bit. I just want to know what the long-term plan is for Accelerator because obviously with the closure and the renovation of Top Thrill Dragster into Top Thrill 2, as we just discussed, that's another hydraulic launch coaster. And then of course, as soon as Cedar Fair got their hands on King Ka, they ripped that thing to the ground, which that's a whole other thing that we can talk about. Not in this video though. That is depressing. So now Accelerator is the only hydraulic launch coaster in the chain, as far as I know. So I am worried. I don't know what their plan is. I don't know if they're going to reuse parts from Top Thrill Dragster and King Ka to just let this version of Accelerator operate as long as it possibly can. But I'm pretty sure that was Cedar Fair's game plan for Nighthawk. When Firehawk was removed from Kings Island, they literally sent a train from Firehawk to Carowinds I saw it sitting under the brake run for Fury 325. That did not work out. Firehawk closed in 2019 before Orion opened in 2020. And then when I visited Carowinds for the first time in 2022, I didn't get to ride Nighthawk because it was closed. And then I visited the park again in 2024. And again, I couldn't ride Nighthawk because it was closed for all 3 days of my trip. So I was 0 for 4 with Nighthawk at Carowinds. So using Firehawk's spare parts did not make the attraction more reliable from my experience. I'm not a local to Carowinds. If you ask locals to Carowinds, they might say different. I'm not sure. And then, of course, in 2024, Nighthawk closed anyway. So I'm worried that Accelerator is on the Nighthawk arc right now. As of my last visit to Knott's Berry Farm, they finally reconstructed the American train, the red, white, and blue train. And it has like brand new restraints that are actually really nice. My ride on Accelerator on that train is honestly the smoothest I've felt that ride run in actual years. It was crazy. So that was really nice. Putting work on this attraction, but I'm not sure how long the new Six Flags Mega Corporation is going to allow Knott's Berry Farm to do that. Like the way that they closed King Ka is very upsetting. If they do that to this attraction, I'm genuinely going to crash out because I love Accelerator. I just want to know what the long-term plan is for this attraction because I would be very surprised if the long-term plan is just to keep it as is. I don't know if the long-term plan is to remove it and then replace it with a higher capacity thrill coaster, which honestly, I could get behind that idea if they handle it correctly. Because they can't do a Top Thrill 2 refurb because there's just no space. Where a Spike would go is literally where Supreme Scream is standing. And also, Top Thrill 2 was a disaster, as we talked about, at least in the opening year. Maybe if they could get a company to design an LSM launch that could get over the 200-foot top hat without a spike, that could be a possibility. Because Accelerator is literally less than half of the height of Top Thrill Dragster. So that might be more achievable than doing that for an attraction like Top Thrill Dragster, which obviously needed the swing launch and the spike. So I'm just very concerned as a fan of Accelerator. I try to ride this ride as much as I can because I'm paranoid that one day it'll just close and I'll never get to ride it ever again. Accelerator has a gnarly habit of closing for months and sometimes years at a time. Like I think it was 2019, whenever the last extended downtime was, and then they repainted the ride. It used to be this pink color, and now the new colors look absolutely amazing. But basically, right after they repainted the attraction, it went down for an extended period of time again. But they had to get it back up because they just invested in a new color scheme for the attraction. So honestly, I think the repaint might have saved Accelerator from removal or from a refurbishment like Dragster to Top Thrill 2, but who's to say? Once again, Knott's Berry Farm really struggles to communicate with their guests. Like, that's one thing I admire about Cedar Point. I wish Knott's Berry Farm took a similar approach that Cedar Point did. Just be open and honest with your guests. All right, moving on to the third topic I'd like to discuss today. The lack of investments in this park is kind of disappointing. I mean, Knott's Berry Farm has like something every single year, but usually it's a smaller scale thing. In the last few years, we were supposed to get Montezuma and the Forbidden Fortress. We got a refurbished kids area with Camp Snoopy and the new Snoopy's Tender Paw Twister, which is actually really well done. I do appreciate that. Next year, we already know we're getting a water park expansion. And in the years before that, they refurbished Bigfoot Rapids into Calico River Rapids. They refurbished Voyage to the Iron Reef into Knott's Berry Tales. We got Soul Spin not too long ago, and we got those drop slides at Soak City. And then, of course, the last major thrill coaster was Hangtime in 2018. As one of the highest attended Cedar Fair parks, it's kind of disappointing that we don't get more large-scale investments on the level of a park like Kings Island, Cedar Point, Carowinds, or Canada's Wonderland. And really the reason for that is the lack of land at Knott's Berry Farm. This park is very much landlocked, but in my opinion, it is in desperate need of more capacity because the three most popular thrill rides are Accelerator, Hangtime, and Ghost Rider. Ghost Rider has notoriously one of the worst wait times in the entire theme park industry. Accelerator always runs one train and is pretty low capacity, and Hangtime only sits 16 people per train and is also pretty low capacity. The only saving grace in terms of thrill rides at Knott's is Silver Bullet. That has by far the most bearable wait time in the entire park. Knott's Berry Farm is in desperate need of more capacity. When those Giga rumors were going around, I got really excited. One, because a freaking Giga Coaster was supposed to come to Knott's. And two, because capacity would really help out. It would be a major draw. It would keep, that line would be moving because the trains are so big and they seat so many people, just like Silver Bullet. And it would probably be the most popular ride in the park just because of the sheer scale of the ride. When the plans for like the mini hyper surface, I was like, okay, that's fine. It'll still be an awesome fit for capacity at this park. But we haven't heard anything about that in a long time. And now with the merger, I'm really concerned for the future of Knott's Berry Farm. I am worried that the new chain is going to prioritize Six Flags Magic Mountain over Knott's Berry Farm. I don't think if the Giga project ever happens, they might just take it up to Magic Mountain instead of having it at Knott's Berry Farm, which is really disappointing because I think Knott's Berry Farm is a better park. I think they deserve the Giga more than Six Flags Magic Mountain. That's just my opinion. I would be thrilled if a Giga came to Southern California, no matter which park it would be. But in my perfect world,
Goofy, when two people are alone. Now look, Goofy, when two people are alone, they act like that.
So fun.
Now look, Goofy, when two people are alone, they act like that.
It's coming up in 2028 in Los Angeles. I feel like both Knott's Berry Farm and Six Flags Magic Mountain are going to need to have a major Knott's is really dragging their feet on like
Let's see the preview. This map. I guess it's the shorter side. Let's see if you can preview this thing. So spoilers. Prepare for some spoilers. Here comes some spoilers. So I guess no one wants to get spoiled. So kind of good, but if they want to get spoiled.
Oh, Mickey, this date is so romantic.
Oh, just the two of us. Goofy, what are you doing here?
You said we were going out.
No, I said we were going out.
Right, that's what I just said.
No, shh.
You gotta keep it down, Nick. This is one of them fancy typey.
We were going out.
Right, that's what I just said.
No, shh.
You gotta keep it down.
No, shh.
You got.
Oh, shh.
Oosh. 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 You gotta
Okay,
keep
they're all good sleeping.
You gotta keep it down, Nick. This is one of them fancy type eating establishments. Why, thank you, Dorcon. Oh, that's the. Why, thank you, Dorcon. Oh, that's the ticket. My dogs are barking. Now then, what's on the menu tonight?
Romance is on the menu.
What's up then? What's on the menu tonight?
Romance is on the
fluid.
menu.
Man, good for rap rock.
Delicious.
No, I was referring to Minnie.
You look so radiant this evening.
Hey, what's the big idea?
Okay. Silent distance, I no longer need it. I don't need this anymore. I don't actually need this anymore. I don't need that anymore either. So everything's to 0 when I used it. So I'll be recording this for a spoiler.
Oh, Mickey, this date is so romantic.
Oh, just the two of us. Goofy, what are you doing here?
You said we were going out.
No, I said we were going out.
Right, that's what I just said.
No!
Shh! You gotta keep it down, Nick. This is one of them fancy type eating establishments. Why, thank you, Dorcon. Oh, that's the ticket. My dogs are barking. Now then, what's on the menu tonight?
Romance is on the menu.
Sounds delicious.
No, I was referring to Minnie.
You look so radiant this evening.
Hey, what's the big idea?
Shh!
Okay, 1 minute for the shorter side, but 3 minutes each preview on the longer side. Okay, sad happy expression. Didn't be decoded for that yet. So, okay, guess it's keeping me patient while waiting for really cool art made for me. We're getting stuff over with.
A brand new thrill ride, because I feel like corporate isn't going to give them that when they still have Montezuma's Revenge kind of just sitting there,
Yeah, that
abandoned in
sucks.
shambles.
Man, this
Three
really
topics that
sucks. That really sucks indeed. Sucks for Knox. Well, maybe let's make an artificial eye for Goofy. Let's make a prop character expression. Enhanced expression for a prop character besides just the eyebrows. Like Production 205 Animator just uses the eyebrows and keep the happy faces with there's Max and Ruby characters. And especially Ryder from Paw Patrol. Guess he didn't even bother putting expressions. That's what bothers me the most. Bothers the heck out of me the most. So let's see how I did with the. I think I'll be better off making this outline of a circle if I want to accommodate. Or can it be thickened, or can it be illegible, or not enough? I'll just stick with the pupils. Okay, okay. Make some expressions. And still using him as a prop character. Wait, where did I put his suit? Oh, I forgot to. Oh, I forgot to move it. I forgot. Oh, dang, I forgot to do it. Damn, and no, I forgot to do that.
We discussed.
This week only, all Domino's mini price pizzas are 50% off when you order online. That's right, all of them. Pizza, extravaganza, ultimate pepperoni, every delicious topping, every mouth-watering flavor on any crust, all half price. This is a limited time offer. Order now.
Have you guys ever seen a brow pen like this? This is the L'Oreal new faux brow pen. Start by applying in the front first.
Wow,
Just start to
how
fill
does that
in
fit?
the lower part of my brow here. Look at that difference. I mean, it's like two totally different eyebrows.
Ooh, forgot to do that. Okay, I can do. So forgot to do this. That. Forgot to. There you go. So that is a little bit better. How do you develop in this undeveloped software? I don't even think the hip is maybe the hip is going to I might just do the hip. I guess 2 hours might move along. Could move along to the next. I forgot to show that window. Okay, sorry. Okay, uh, yeah. For those who didn't see the screen, sorry. Yeah, I just develop the eye expression for a prop character's moving face, but yeah, as well as moving the body, the clothed chest part of Goofy Superior, sync with the body of the Superior itself. Sorry about that.
Cuando combina Spectrum móvil y Spectrum Internet, todo funciona bien.
Y ahorramos.
Go ahead and put those back.
With Geico, we can easily bundle home and car insurance and save even more.
Yeah, just want that breakfast
Oh, you
pizza.
can have sleep writing in hours. Yeah, we should have that in this one.
look, Goofy, when two people are alone, they act like that. Oh, oh, you sly dog. I know what we need to set. They act like that. Oh, oh, you sly dog. I know what we need to set the mood. Well, now, Goofy, wait. They act like that. Oh, 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 you sly dog. I know what we need to set the mood. Well, now, Goofy, what? Oh, oh, you sly. Oh, oh. Oh, oh, you sly dog. I know what we need to set the mood. Well, now, Goofy, wait. Soft candle. Yee-haw! Yee-hoo! Now look, Goofy, when two people are alone, they act like that. Oh.
Oh, you sly dog. I know what we need. Oh, you sly dog. I know what we need to set the mood.
I'll make another custom.
Soft candle.
It's making better progress than I expected. Better progress than I expected. So yeah. Then you guys will spend half an hour left here. So that'll be a fair enough. So far, made it to the corner of it. Okay, this is going to be a bit trickier. So I'm not trying to finish it right away. Not trying to finish it right away, but trying to finish it as much as I could. And this time, I don't use the language in nature. So this pretty good. Pretty good, honestly. Honestly, pretty good. Okay, honestly doing very good with the progress. Especially without relying with too much with lag. Okay, I'm going to make this backdrop, and yeah, this one's going to be the Gudra and Dragonite date ship. The Dragonite and Gudra complex. They're both dragons, but Gudra doesn't have wings. The only dragon that does not have the wings, that's a fictional. Yeah, full fiction stuff. Okay. Still been the great thinking of using custom backgrounds instead of using boring backgrounds. Same old boring backgrounds. I guess it's just why I differ from any other, almost any other. This is nothing compared to. This even bad. I know it's easier. Yes, man. Even Colin Ward even obsesses his videos that severe and has awesome video, and then when's the next video coming? Dang, that is just sucky. Man, why are these people are so obsessed with the writer and Ruby graphic videos that don't have living characters? And yeah, I guess the way that he made OC characters doesn't look like OC characters, doesn't look like from scratch at all. It's just images. Just images that are just traced by fur color and skin colors. It's just red colors. Just like Boris wants, like Chorus and Taurus and Doris, etc. Maybe guess that those recolors of Zuki. Yeah, so guess the Zuki dragons, for example, aren't recolors, aren't just red colors, but yeah, they may to have similar body types of hetero dragons, but um, yeah, they do look a bit different for each other, especially Arrow. Especially the one, yeah, I guess speaking of Arrow, Kerry Johnson is willing to put all the replicas onto Harry's heads. So she was from the holiday. Now she's back. But yeah, I guess she hasn't been replying to anyone in DeviantArt for 4 days. But she's been replying to listening to me in Gmail. But yeah, not everyone has to listen to me. But not that important. So getting arts from other people is not that important. But although I really want Ruby Beetle to draw Tuki Harry for a similar style as my Leggy parent, and the way he made just replicates the style. I guess M is very honest with Multicultural Punch. Getting fodder, he still bothers people even after getting the old account deleted and redeems himself, but he's still annoying, nevertheless. Some frustration. But still want to make still want to focus more on fun than frustration, honestly. That's why I've been ignoring sometimes and feel very scared of always responding to them. Feels a bit scary, but especially Art Fiber. Art Fiber is a bit scared of me sometimes. But yeah, some people are scared to DM on a daily basis. Maybe blocking is the last resort, but even when just trying to ask a question, yeah, telling them to stop bringing up something is just better than just straight up blocking. They don't like what I'm. If some users don't like what I'm making, then that's fine. Guess if it's not my content is not as popular as before, then that's fine too. Not everyone's gonna watch. Not everyone's gonna like or watch my content, and that's totally fine. That is fine. But if you guys love to watch some rare stuff that no one other GoAnimator has ever done, I appreciate it. If not, then that's fine too. That is fine too. That's fine. Man. Man, community tab posts can sometimes be ranting on the situations going on with some popularity. Man, even Neon has gained tons of popularity just to plagiarize Traps People formula. That's just really cheesy, to be honest. Even African Vulture has explained algorithms easily recognize grounded videos and does not, and hard to find some original content. Yes, just a bit of ranting. Very snobby TV. Okay, we'll be staying out for a good half an hour and going with rap offline. So, prefer rap offline for these types of videos. Yeah, that's something that FlashThemes doesn't have. Business friendly. We'll put the shed in here. Can we recolor the light and stuff? Yeah, we can. Yeah, we can. It's not gonna be that different at all. Man, Knott is just so rational, isn't it?
Booking.com has all kinds of stays. Because a romantic hotel works for some, but not others. Find exactly what you're booking for. Booking.com, booking.yeah.
Starting offline and why they're both useful. FlashThemes is a very community-friendly platform where GoAnimators reunite and share their creative video with GoAnimate community. It offers some fantastic features such as badges, animator at the months, staff picks, levels, points, and flash tokens. This site includes all kinds of nostalgic, retired, non-business themes that bring back fond memories of the old GoAnimate. The admins are approachable and supportive, making the experience even better. Overall, I think this FlashThemes is a great platform for creativity and community interaction. As for Rapper Offline, its biggest advantage is its convenience. You can make GoAnimate videos offline, which is a huge plus for those who prefer working without relying on the internet connection. It provides access to a variety of non-business themes, business-friendly themes, and allows you to mix them together. Rapper Offline is simple to set up. Just download the software, extract it, and you're good to go. It's fast, easy, and gets the job done. Now, let's dive into areas where both could improve in the next chapter. While Wrapper Offline and FlashThemes have great aspects in them, here are some of their flaws I'd like to point out to give fair constructive criticism on where they can improve. FlashThemes has a few areas that need. For instance, the website sometimes shuts down suddenly without warning, which can be frustrating, especially while working on a video. Some custom assets are a bit pricey, requiring a lot of tokens that can feel unreasonable at times. Additionally, the video player occasionally gets lagging when the screen is enlarged, which can disrupt the creative process. Wrapper Offline has its own challenges as well. One of the main issues is that many of the Ebola TTS voices aren't working properly or don't work at all. This is a big limitation for users who rely on text-to-speech features for their videos. The software can also be very laggy at times. Occasionally, the sound levels can get unexpectedly loud, which isn't ideal. Overall, I don't hate FlashThemes or Wrapper Offline. These are just a few things that need improvement, but both platforms are still very useful and creative tools. Which do I prefer to use more, FlashThemes or Wrapper Off? Personally, use FlashThemes more than Wrapper Off.
Well, wait, I didn't know that Max Infinity Studios has made a three-headed character. Whoa! They forgot to point out with St. Patrick's intro. Maybe I'll show some. Maybe show really quickly. Wow, look at that. But yeah, I guess it's just two separate heads. Two separate heads instead. That's it. But yeah, it hasn't put long necks, but I don't know if it's supposed to be a wither or something. Wow. Although can't be trusted. But yeah, so you cannot attach heads, but wish they added a groupie button. I wish they added a groupie button in Legacy Video Maker than just Beyond Studio. But that support investment did not last long. Yeah, that's what I was talking about the Charizard he made, but I made my Charizard drastically different. My own version of Charizard is way more different, but yeah, I guess the Quaxie's better. Using the lips for the beak rather than the actual beak. Okay, back to topic. So I guess the only thing left to add is things. It's getting laggier even if it's an offline software. Custom visuals, custom assets, which customizations for use more seriously. Okay, just a table that's attached, so I need to take it off. There you go. That's a lot better. That is a lot better. So much. Oh, I'll get rid of it. I'll just take it out soon. Okay, there you go. This is just going to be a. There you go. There you go. Yes, still going to spend more time on this when I'm live streaming on the if I choose to live stream on the computer. But yeah, I guess I'll work on it harder when I'm in session again in next month or mid to like next month. So maybe guess I want to draw something for my birthday.
Properly, including Eric, Wise Guy, Evil Genius, Princess, Kimmer, Shouty, and many more. Second, it has all the custom assets available where I can buy them and add them to my character creator. Some are free, and some cost Flash tokens.
Yeah, only if you make more effort, African
Second,
Vulture.
it has all the custom
African
assets
Vulture.
available where I can buy them and
Okay, let's see. This. Blow kiss. Nope, no. Not that kiss. This kind of kiss. Yeah. Not directly. Oh, detached. Okay. Too slow. I think it's too slow. Too slow. Okay, guess. Yeah, they will look eventually better when it's in flash sheets instead of wrapper offline. But yeah, I guess if I should use one or the other. One software or one GoAnimate software or the other. One or the other. FlashThemes or wrapper offline. Guess not every body is usable in FlashThemes compared to wrapper. When wrapper compared to FlashThemes. Do I have Common World mouse meant to be separate assets? I guess so. Pond.
Oh, you sly dog. I know what we need to set the mood. No, Goofy, wait.
Okay, I think I'll do something else.
Listen to my use FlashThemes more than Wrapper offline for 3 reasons. First, FlashThemes has all the Ivona TTS voices spoken properly, including Eric, Wise Guy, Evil Genius, Princess, Kimmer, Shouty, and many more. Second, it has all the custom assets available where I can buy them and add them to my character creator. Some are free, and some cost Flash tokens. Third and lastly, I'm a GoAnimate veteran. I've been making GoAnimate videos for nearly 13 years. I originally joined the site in 2012, and FlashThemes brought back so many memories of what it was back then. While neither FlashThemes nor Wrapper offline is perfect, the few flaws they have don't make them terrible. Both are still incredible and express yourselves immediately. What about you? Which platform do you prefer? Let me know in the comments section. Thanks for listening to my opinions and watching this video. See you next time.
Oh, you sly dog. Oh, you sly dog. I know what we need to set the mood.
This week only at Domino's.
Oh, you sly dog. I know what we need to set the mood. Oh, you sly dog.
Okay. Progress.
Oh, you sly dog. I know what we need to set the mood. Soft.
You're sure this place is good? They're quite overpriced, cream, and off.
I have 27. Make sure you share them. Whatever you decide. Well, I guess it's time to order. Hey, waiter. You're being too aggressive. Calm down. I'm just excited, man. Hi, take our order, please. Oh, this little twerp, gotta be kidding me. Chill out, Caillou. Maybe he's busy. Busy my ass. Hey, you Korean piece of shit. I'm talking to you. Damn it, Caillou, you don't need to be racist. He's definitely gonna ignore us now.
Caillou, watch your mouth.
Boo, you guys are so PC. Hey, we're ready to order.
Wait a second, I'm taking someone's order. Stop busting my balls.
Well, he's very busy. I'm starving. You better stop stomping your foot and try to cause a scene. You have to be patient. Bro, the restaurant ain't even that busy. How the hell is he busy? Can't you see there are customers there? Yeah, but why not serve us first? I don't know. Maybe they came first. This is bullcrap. Well,
For crying out loud, Caillou, can you shut up?
hi, excuse me. We're ready to order.
Hi, welcome to Biggest Karen's.
I'm freaking starving here.
Can't you,
That stupid beat.
supervisor? To K.
Dinner, you. I need to go to hell. All of us. You have to know we had nothing to do with this. Man, this is bullcrap. I'm grounding you for that. Control your fart, buddy. Man, this sucks.
Oh, Dr. Schwartz Natural Body Wash? Sydney Sweeney Body Wash, Edie?
What's your wish? It could be anything.
Variety of different situations in the coaster world and see how they would play out and how much they would change the parks that they're affecting. For this one, we are taking a look at what if instead of Batman and Robin the Chiller,
You sly dog!
got a clone of Mr. Freeze that also went to Six Flags over Texas, Six Flags St. Louis in 1997/1998. Now, these rides have a really
You sly dog!
all three of
I know what we need to set the mood.
rides who were kind of a pioneer in the 90s of making LIM launch coasters.
Soft candle.
Things got going from there, and Six Flags seemed to be very interested. They really hadn't done much prior to this, so they took it just
Yeah, sly dog!
ordering
I know what we need to set the mood.
parks for the 1997 season. Now, these coasters were all planned to coincide with the new Batman.
Soft candle.
Which wasn't really that good, but that wasn't known at the time. It was expected that it would hit, and this would help them market the ride along with the movie. So for Six Flags over Texas and Six Flags St. Louis, they bought this coaster called Mr. Freeze, which was a really, really great layout. I've personally had the opportunity to ride both of them, and they are just phenomenal. Excellent,
You
excellent.
sly
And they were
dog!
both going
I know what we need to set the
for
mood.
Great Adventure, because Great Adventure has always been this much bigger park. It has this big reputation to uphold. They wanted to go a little bit bigger than just Mr. Freeze. So they decided to get a dueling version of this and call it Batman and Robin the Chiller. Still with that Mr. Freeze kind of theme, but more Batman and Robin. There are two sides. The Batman side that featured an inverted top hat.
Sly dog!
Side which featured an overroll, with both of them having a 0G roll that led up into a spike sloped at around a 45-degree angle before going all the way back through. And these layouts differed quite a bit from the Mr. Freeze coasters. Mr. Freeze featured a launch that went into an inverted top hat, much like the Batman side, but then from there it went through an overbank turn, and then a really, really impressive vertical spike that went over 200 feet. Now, on paper, both the Mr. Freeze coasters and the Chiller were both going to be great additions to their respective parks. Their openings were definitely a little troubled, though. Chiller actually wound up opening before everything in 1997, only for a very, very short amount of time before it was closed, and did not reopen until 1998. The Mr. Freeze coasters did not open at all until 1998, so they didn't directly coincide with the Batman and Robin movie, but they still did wind up opening. And of course, they were both kind of plagued, all of them were plagued with some amount of technical difficulties. These coasters are fairly complicated, especially with that spike where you have the LIMs going up the spike. Not something that is really done nowadays, because getting to those for the sake of maintenance is not very easy. But Chiller, as time went on, definitely had far more mechanical issues than the Mr. Freeze coasters ever did. And a lot of that had to do with the fact that they were drawing way too much power. Now, they could run one side with very minimal issues. There would still be, the occasional downtime and everything. It wasn't the most reliable coaster. But if you ran both, it just was not going to work. They pretty much never ran both outside of a couple commercial shoots. It caused brownouts across the town and the park. And it just was not a great combination. So the Chiller coasters would wind up being removed in 2007 after a series of modifications and all sorts of things that wound up just not working themselves out, and the company decided to remove the coasters, as that would be the best route to go. Now, the Mr. Freeze coasters, on the other hand, still stand operating to this day as of the time of this recording, with them going through a couple of changes, nothing very significant. The most significant they really had was repaints and switching the train direction from forwards to backwards and then back from backwards to forwards. It's about all of the change that they have had. Now, I've spoken to numerous people, including my dad, who have had the opportunity to ride all of these coasters.
That's going to be another weekly update for the third wheel Mickey Snivy cartoon without any major use other than live streams. So I think I did pretty good for 2 hours. So I guess I'll just try to move the facial features onto, and then I'll just move on. I'm just trying to move along. Try to get the moving along. Here you go. So that's going to be all. So peace out, Rapper Offline. Okay, maybe an hour or two. Depends on how far I want to. Oh, guess it's been 2 hours since I live streamed, so guess I did not go to bed yet. So we're good. Update. So let's move on to the next software, which is Screen Share a Screen. Premiere Pro 2025.
Batman side of Chiller, the Robin side of Chiller, as well as both Mr. Freeze coasters. And my dad does think that the Mr. Freeze coasters are quite a bit better than Chiller was. Chiller's still a great ride. However, the Mr. Freeze coasters overall were better. And they're not just better from a ride experience perspective. Evidently, they're much better from a maintenance perspective as well. So knowing this kind of gave me the idea to imagine, well, what if instead of getting Chiller, Great Adventure did get a clone of Mr. Freeze? Whether it be the variant at over Texas or St. Louis, it doesn't really matter. They're just mirror image versions of each other. How would that fit into the park, and would it still be here today? Well, what I did is opened up No Limits and figured out how to make it work in the park. Of course, huge shout out to Bad Dad Productions for the Great Adventure Park file, which is the same file you've been seeing used across the different videos I've been making with No Limits. But with this, I wanted to see how I could make it fit so it would get rid of the least amount of rides as possible. As far as I know, a big reason why they opted to do a different version of Great Adventure was because the Mr. Freeze layout in their vines didn't work as well at Great Adventure. So I wanted to see how I could contort it and make it work. Now, of course, we're looking at 1996, 1997 versus 2010 or even 2020. So there were a lot of rides there that are no longer in the park anymore. So what I tried to do was make it so that some of the newer rides that have come in that are very close to where Chiller was would still work in their right now, while also trying to keep some of the older rides in as much as possible. That way they wouldn't have had to be removed. Because when Chiller was closed until 2007, that was essentially the death of Old Country. Not long after that, basically the whole area was closed. It was closed for a really long time, all the way until Justice League opened in 2017, and they started redoing that whole area. So in this kind of timeline, that never really would have happened. They wouldn't have had to close the whole area because Mr. Freeze never would have closed. So as you can see, I decided to put the station for Mr. Freeze pretty much right by where Free Fall / Wonder Woman is now, right by that kind of turn into Metropolis, now what was Old Country.
At Universal Technical Institute, you can learn the skills needed to become a motorcycle mechanic in just 48 weeks.
That way you launch into Old Country, and instead of having the top hat where it was for Batman and Robin, that's essentially where the station is for Mr. Freeze. So it's almost kind of reversed a little bit. The back spikes of Batman and Robin the Chiller, kind of similar to where I have the giant inverted top hat as well as the spike for Mr. Freeze here. The only thing that's a little strange is probably the fact that you have to walk underneath the overbank, and I imagine you probably have like a nice plaza there where where you could have maybe a snack stand or something like that. It would definitely be different than Chiller, I won't lie about that. But I think it would be really cool, and you would still be able to keep the majority of the rides that were there back then. Spinmeister, Music Express, pretty much unaffected by the placement here of Mr. Freeze, as well as Movietown Water Effect, which is pretty much in the same plot as Dark Knight. It just ran a little bit further. That was their giant splashdown attraction, which wound up closing around the same time as Chiller. Now, what this placement of Mr. Freeze allows for is that Dark Knight can actually still be built in the exact same spot, because this does not interfere with that at all. The really main rides that this would interfere with are the newer editions of Metropolis other than Wonder Woman. So you got Justice League, Cyborg, and Flash. Justice League, I imagine, would just be moved a little bit into a different spot. Around this time, Batman Stunt Arena wasn't really being used as much for the Batman Stunt Show, and I still think it really does need to be torn down, quite honestly. So who's to say they wouldn't have put Justice League there instead of putting it where Mr. Freeze is now standing in this timeline? As for Cyborg, I don't really know what they would have done with it. I mean, it's gone now anyway, so kind of an insignificant ride anyways. Wonder Woman probably would have stayed in the same spot. Flash probably never would have needed to go here because, as we know, Flash was a bit of a last-minute addition anyway. So putting it next to an already existing multi-launching shuttle coaster, not really needed. So you could put it there. It would still work. It would look a little ridiculous having two shuttle coasters right next to each other, but it would still work nonetheless. I imagine what they would have done with this area is probably kept Autobahn, kept pretty much all the elements of the old country area, and maybe down the line retheme them to go more in line with DC. Maybe have an extension of the Batman area over there, because technically you have Batman and Dark Knight on one side, then you have Wonder Woman, and I guess Justice League. Then you have Mr. Freeze, so probably get a few more Batman villain themed rides.
It used to be in a great state when I
maybe
first
some Justice
visited.
League members as well, and have that whole area become DC Universe. And like I said, I do think this would still be operating. I mean, the other two Mr. Freeze coasters are still
Wish
operating.
I could
their
have
respective parks,
come to the park
and it really wouldn't have changed
more
Great
often
Adventure
than what
too
we
much. It
want.
just would have led to us having a bit of a stronger coaster culture as over a decade. We would have had a lot going on in that area because Mr. Freeze would be there and the area never would have closed. And I'm sure there were other reasons that they had for not putting a clone of Mr. Freeze coasters here instead of going with Batman, Robin, the Chiller. But either way, it's fun to theorize about what could have been if instead of Batman, Robin, the Chiller, Great Adventure built a clone of Mr. Freeze in 1997/1998. Now, if you guys enjoyed this What If video, be sure to like, comment, and subscribe, and I'll see you all in the next video. Goodbye, guys.
Co-pilot, I'm freaking out about the speech right now. How can I get it together?
All right, simplify. Speak slowly. Own the rope. You got it.
Hey guys, it's Compiler Studios here, and welcome back to another edition of the What If series, where we take a look at different what if possibilities for a variety of different situations in the coaster world and see how they would play out and how much they would change the parts that they're affecting. For this one, we are taking a look at what if, instead of Batman and Robin the Chiller, Six Flags Great Adventure got a clone of Mr. Freeze that also went to Six Flags Over Texas and Six Flags St. Louis in 1997/1998. Now, these rides have a really, really interesting history because all three of them were purchased at the same time from Premier Rides, who were kind of a pioneer in the 90s of making LIM launch coasters. They started with Flight of Fear, and then they kind of kept going from there, and Six Flags seemed to be very interested by this new technology and the new company because they really hadn't done much prior to this. So they took an interest in their launch coaster model and wound up ordering three.
Yes. Communicate. Communicate.
Thank you for reminding me, Clark. I love this time. It fills everything was that I sweet. I pulled that scare of his tummy. I'll never forget it too. It's such a small thing that on me. And never recovered and shout. It takes the most biggest care, cause that tummy down there is the most biggest part of his life. But luckily, I will keep some extra in the house. I do that takes care of his tummy. Don't worry, he always comes to me. I do that takes care of his tummy. Cause the tummy takes care of everything. It is really and tummy. A search for the honey is on. The poop has a neck of finding a snake. And it's all the honey is gone. That takes care of his tummy. Only for the tummy to fat. That takes care of his tummy. He knows what his tummy is at. Don't worry, I'm going to tummy. And you will arrive in the state. When there is no honey, the food is the tummy. Whenever the honey will be. My friends are out there with honey to stay, and they will take care of my tummy. And
Oh. Yeah. Pedro. Oh, hey, Pedro Cortes. Welcome. Oh yeah, currently editing my previous year Knott's POV at the moment, especially with more off-right shots that's updated. So I guess it still feels updated even if it's not this year. Okay, will you go to Railroad maybe this Sunday? Or it might change otherwise if my dad's not busy. Magic Mountain or next week or so. Oh, baseball 9 like video game wars. Yeah, speaking of baseball, the nostalgia to Wii Sports. Yeah, I guess I see. Okay. That's high effort. So guess this is high effort. Oh, yeah, that's all. You see, Agent J Stall, board game to know scores. I guess this will be more evident to have some playthroughs. Yeah, voice review or not. Not the main focus of Calico Mountain, but yeah, I have the leftover Calico Mountain POV at night. But not sure if I have enough clips. But yeah, I guess it'll be I guess the Calico Candy Mountain POVs were difficult for me to even with or without Scary Farm version. Yeah, it's still very difficult to put montage, a lot of effort to it. But yeah, so yeah. It's just been saving a lot of money for really cool cons. But yeah, I guess I'll be getting one this weekend from Carrie Johnson, aka Zuki Cartoons. If you're unfamiliar, yeah, she's the one that makes Dragon really one of the most elite Dragon art on the industry. But capable of she's capable of drawing multi-heads, but does not want to draw extra mouths on tails or bellies. So I thought it was too abstract, but her opinions be respected, at least. So yeah. Except anyone's decision of what they're capable of drawing. So I guess this is how uploading.
Security bias scan. Scan complete. Once in the system, your hand scan will give you clearance and the doors will open towards you. Please stand by.
Oh, I agree.
Raise your hands for security clearance. And presto, the door. Raise your hands for security clearance. And presto. Raise your hands for security clearance. Raise your hands for security clearance. Raise your hands for security clearance. And presto, the doors open for you. I now present to you Tanner Javon's private office. And presto, the doors open for you. I now present to you Tanner Javon's private office.
Boost Mobile Unlimited plan at a price that never goes up.
$25.
Hi there.
The fun continues by Hyperspace Traveler.
See, creepy. Make you dance.
Star Tours 1401.
Force be with us.
Today we are on the hunt for all of the. Today we are on the hunt for all of the Polynesian, Pacific Islander, Hawaiian type food that you can get at Disneyland. And there is one item at Jolly Holiday Bakery Cafe that we just absolutely had to get this morning. And here we have the pineapple bundt cake. Now, I know, this isn't like strictly Polynesian per se, but it includes pineapple, and anything with pineapple on it is going to make it into this list. We've never had this item from Jolly Holiday Bakery Cafe, and I'm excited to try it. And here is a quick look at the cross-section just before we dive into this thing. So the cream filling there goes all the way to the bottom. Amy will go ahead and start us off.
It tastes like a Dole Whip in a cake form.
Speaking of Dole Whip, check out Amy's new Loungefly bag. I got this on Whatnot. So one of you recently used my invite code and got the $200 grand prize. So if you are a new person signing up for Whatnot for the very first time and you use my link, you'll get anywhere between a $10 and $200 credit. 10, 20, 50, or 200. And what have you?
Big Forza Sunday confirmed for the Sunday, so yeah.
$200, and when you spend money from my invite link, I get the money too. So I got $200 credit, and I bought this Loungefly backpack with it. I actually got this for $56, $56 in credits plus shipping. And because I already had one package, that was only $1 for shipping. So some pretty decent deals to be had. Cream filling than necessarily in the cake, but the cake did have a. We're also going to bow. We're also going to get some so excited, and then we also got our Hawaii Islander muffin. We just wanted to highlight some
A little sweet, like a sweet pork. But it was nice and hot before. It's not as hot now. Let it sit out for a minute. But yeah, I've had a couple of the other bows, and this one might be a new favorite actually.
It's like 9:30. Only like pulled pork slider or sandwich. Now, this one is actually also on a King's Hawaiian Rolls. So that's why I figured it applied to the Polynesian theme, even though it's from Golden Horseshoe, because it's on those King's Hawaiian Rolls. And the kids are going to be splitting a adult chicken tender meal from Golden Horseshoe as well. So that's always an easy go-to for them. And this thing's only like $11.50, so it's perfect for the kids to split. Now, I've actually had both of these items, so we're going to let Amy taste test them first here. She's got the pulled pork slider. I don't think she's had this.
It's good. It's different because, like, I don't think they've really had much pork stuff in the park, have they?
They've got pork over at Hungry Bear now. And
Have you had that one?
Yeah, I think so.
How is that compared to this, you know?
Well,
Tender.
can't like compare them as, why one is better than the other. Probably just because, obviously, I think it's a bit of a stretch for us to say that the hot honey chicken tender sandwich is Polynesian or Hawaiian. I only really went that way because of the King's Hawaiian Rolls that they're using as the bun. And they use that for a lot of different ingredients right here. I'm not saying they're Hawaiian, but just gotten chicken skewers from Mango Barbecue, but I feel like we always get skewers there. Chicken skewer has a Polynesian sauce on it. Very good. Really recommend it. Between these two sandwiches, definitely. So final lunch, we actually quickly went and rode the sailing ship Columbia behind us. So I'm doing this after we just saw the dock. Oh, let's go before we can finish our food video. But I did want to say that the pulled pork slider and I mean the honey chicken as well. Both King's Hawaiian rolls were very soft. You know how sometimes like bread can be stale and stiff. This was not. This was like the perfect consistency. Perhaps maybe a little too soft though. So not quite so perfect. But I just mean that because it was stuffed full of meat, it was falling apart very easily on us. We ended up having to eat the last little bits with a fork because it was just impossible to pick up. Super delicious. If I told you that Star Wars Galaxy's Edge had some Polynesian flavors in it, would you believe me? Well, it does. Right here at the main stand behind me.
I'm always on the move, but recently I've been dealing with shin splints. This issue has kept me from the activities that
for the
I
rest of
love.
half an
My
hour,
sister told me to stop by
this is going to be better than
so I stopped by
nothing.
at the local store. They have some amazing tools in the perfect fit zone. I
Better
got a
than
3D
nothing.
foot scan and a treadmill analysis. They were able to show me exactly why I was having pain issues. With the right shoes and
Also, I've just changed some of the details for the upcoming stream at Disneyland. But yeah, I got rid of the smaller stuff because smaller been postponed after my birthday. So yeah. But they're going to add the lyrics later, but they're adding so yeah, we got a no times available. So oh, never mind. The Saturday reservation it'll be for the small world. I'll take it. I'll just take a 10th. So now to now to put some stuff on it, especially timing a dispatch. So I'll just see where I can time a dispatch. So yeah, it's still timeable. It's been held back for a little bit, but still really useful. Still being a really useful video to fill up, to be a filler. I don't know where these go. Still coughing a little bit, but super strong to stay. Happily. It's still a profitable POV. Maybe on a hiatus, even on hiatus, still a very good POV. Still a profitable POV, at least. To keep my channel somewhat alive, so yeah. Or I guess, or maybe I could leave it to. Okay, better be spending the rest of the 6 hour to make some characters, make some really cool characters. Prove some. Not sure if I really changed history. Yeah, I really changed Victor's history. Victor boxes the world's history.
And here it is. Yeah, it's the green milk.
Green
I
milk
know
counts?
not a lot of people actually like this, but it is coconut and rice milk, so it's dairy-free. And it has zippy citrus flavors as well as it just has tropical flavors. But I had this the other day, and it tastes a little bit like kind of like oranges and like flowers. I know that sounds kind of strange, right? But yeah, it totally has like a Hawaiian sort of tropical islander type vibe to it. And since I had one the other day, I'm not going to drink any of this, but Amy looks a little hesitant.
Nope, still don't like it.
But you need to go get a straw for the kids so that they can split. And yeah, here's the
I think I kind of like it.
chowing down on the green.
I rarely have
James
drink
just said
those
that he
because
prefers
of
the blue milk,
attitude.
as do I. But I
Because of
actually
more
like, for the longest time in my mind, it was like, oh, green milk, don't like green milk, don't like it. But after having it the other day, I was like, you know what? This really isn't all that bad. So I still prefer the blue. In fact, I see people picking up the blue far more often, like as I look around. Maybe that's just because it's classic. I mean, everybody knows about the blue milk, but people don't really know. You know, like the phrase isn't, oh, get the Star Wars green milk. That's just not what people say. They say you gotta get the blue milk. And for our final little stop, we did find a churro at Disneyland that was sort of Polynesian, and it's located right here at this churro cart right next to Casey Jr. Circus Train and a Red Rose Tavern. And so the churro is pretty standard, just your standard $5.75 churro. But what they have on the side here at this location only is a guava cream cheese dipping sauce. So we're going to use that and see what it's like. Let's have a go. Ever so slightest hint of like a fruity tropical flavor with the guava. But the cinnamon of the churro completely overpowers the guava cream cheese in my opinion. I did taste more, as perhaps I got more like the cream cheese flavor than I did necessarily the guava aspect of it. But it was interesting. I mean, it's a nice little dipping sauce to have for a churro. Churros do not require dipping sauce here for sure.
Take out some flash
But,
teams.
this one's not too bad.
Think I might take out some flash teams. Get prepped for the flash teams.
So she picked up on the cream cheese aspect as well.
I don't really taste like guava.
That's what I said.
No.
I said it was like the barest slightest hint, but it was mostly a cream cheesy aspect, and the cinnamon sugar kind of overpowers it, right? You're just gonna go straight for the sauce, the cream
We're gonna do some flash teams soon.
I still only taste cream cheese.
Really?
Yeah.
You don't even got the guava?
I'm sure, I guess, if I ate like plain cream cheese dipping sauce, this, I'm sure there'd be a hint of something, but I guess I was expecting it to be stronger.
And the boys are going to take the rest of the churro. Amy and I get one bite, and the kids get the rest, but that's what makes the kids happy. You want to know the secret to having a good time at Disneyland? Just keep them.
Ooh, how did you
Next
get
style
that?
event is coming May 1st through 5th,
So
up to 50% on select furniture and decor on HomeDepot.com.
Cheese on here. Can absolutely order some Dole Whip from this little bar area. And here is a look at that Hawaiian pizza. It does look a little sloppy, but I think that's because there's a lot of cheese on here. And when the cheese melted, it like it.
So the ham that they put on their pizza was thick sliced ham, so it was really, really good on the pizza.
This is the first terrace. First up, we ordered the Hawaiian plat rice and seasoning.
ooh,
This is the first.
25.
Never gotten this item before.
Wow, that's
Ordered it with side
ridiculous.
sweet potato fries.
As
Inside
ridiculous
we're
as the
really
one
good.
from
This big, huge piece of
Carnation
pineapple.
Cafe.
And, it looks very good. I can't wait to try it.
Ridiculous.
Underneath that pineapple there, I see that we have some bacon. I know that they've got some, I think, Havarti cheese, and then there's like an aioli in here. So this looks pretty good. As far as my Hawaiian burger goes, I found it incredibly.
All right, so and one more logo to put, which is Picarana one. Right here you go. Here's that early steady version of Picarana.
Take your vibes and go, 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 go. Take your vibes and go, 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 go. The all-new Acura ADX with available all-wheel drive. Crafted to match your energy.
Oh, here's that. Yeah, I think I'm on.
Thank you. How many are you, buddy? Go for it.
Domino's mini price pizzas are 15% off when you order online. That's right, all of them. Meats.
Okay, title done, I guess. Still hard, but I guess it's been flawed lately. I guess the plot line has been a very weakness. Always been a weakness. Very much a weakness for this park in general. Not sure if I'm ever going to come back, but I'll try not to treat it like Michigan's Adventure. Like someone treats like Michigan's Adventure so park like they don't want to return. Of course I could. No big reason. Okay. Move on soon. Guess I'll use a smaller chunk of time to Okay, feel like I've survived this live streaming day. Even the people are still bothering me. These pesky DMers are still bothering me, which I really don't want to. Don't feel like chatting right now. Yeah, it still stays super strong. There you go. Yeah, I guess even Kerry Johnson, creator of Zuki, is even very impressively been more patient. More patient than what's he doing for Okay, here's the long title, so I'll put it on with the YouTube video description as well. So I guess I'll timestamp a lot. I'm typing in the description. So yeah, that's a ton of words, isn't it? So proud on how it turns out. So, not sure what else I could do, but yeah, I guess I'll just finish it tonight. Finish this bad boy tonight. So I'll take a video. I'll take a video on existence. All right, time for me to move on. Time to get moving along. into the FlashThemes. Okay, so I'm gonna do a suggested character. Or I can do some characters I like to do. Okay, let's make something with new sheets. Oh yeah, maybe I'll make Humbug or Sack and Wheezy when I have the time. Ah. Yeah, Gloomy Cat. So they are going to make this one. Ooh. Yeah, this is a pretty easy character. Oh, Blade. Right? Ah, Circle Head. Okay. Oh, maybe I'll give it a black. Oh, he has eyebrows. So. Yeah, this is the most useful nose for a snout. Tires. Miguel and Dante sound like effort did they put in for Oh. Oh, oh yeah, Jage's portrait. I totally forgotten about that. So, man, just so busy that I accidentally ignored. Pass on. Okay, how much effort do I need to put in? That's easy. Okay, and anyways, this year's is I recreation recreation is that easy. Cool.
I know how much you were sad, but I didn't know what to do almost all.
It's fine. Nah, I'm not too sad, but
Where's the dog? Oh, about that new edition. I just saw a photo of it. You see what happened?
yeah, guess. Yes,
But there's just one thing left. What kind of Coco music will they put in there?
or yeah, they're composing it, so they're
But which
composing
one will it be best?
it.
Oh, holiday one? Right? Right?
Maybe still try to still do it. Wow, recreation, yeah, animated stuff. Wow, this is really what? Okay, yeah, I guess I'm reacting to the recent Small World creation.
Oh, no. You're so good.
It's kind of cool.
Oh, let's see.
Small World.
Small Coco.
Hmm. See, only released concept art project. This will look more realistic. Really.
Oh, yeah? You were saying that. What's the matter with this anyway,
I
huh?
guess it's temporary.
No. Oh, wait, have look.
Oh, yeah, it looks. Yeah, matching the art style.
Oh, but still, I don't know. They believe they could push the Pixar a little too far. Push it too. Especially why I don't appreciate why monsters steal Muppet Vision. Go. Brother? Yeah. Mm.
It's in take seriously. Aside from seriously.
Huh?
It's Disappointing reality.
Placement
Kind of
and a
sucks.
tighter point of view. That's it, a wider
Kind of sucks.
behind the scene elements. Even structures like Big Thunder Mountain Railroad, which can be seen from inside the land, are blended into the environment seamlessly. Super Nintendo World, on the other hand, doesn't really seem to care at all about sightlines. In Universal Studios Japan, the Forbidden Journey attraction in the Wizarding World of Harry Potter can easily be seen from inside the land. Then in Universal Studios Hollywood, almost the entire lower level of the park can be seen from the second story of the land. Multiple animatronic support structures and wiring can also be seen from eye level.
What can
and
I
lastly,
do?
the entire
What can I do with
Nintendo World
what can I even do with the
metal instead of being made of one piece, making the backdrop look more.
Well, I guess I'll just
By that logic, Super Nintendo World is much less immersive than Galaxy's Edge, so it must be substantially worse, right? Well, not exactly. Despite having worse sightlines than Galaxy's Edge, Super Nintendo World, as many people, including myself, would describe it, feels alive. The various interactive games, animatronics, and effects all throughout the land makes the area feel more expansive and realistic. Even though Galaxy's Edge is much more immersive, the lack of movement and stiffness throughout the land makes it feel more like an abandoned movie set rather than an alien planet. Everything in the land looks real, but nothing in the land really feels real. This feeling is what I would describe as intimacy, and it's the number one thing that separates the original Soaring over California from Soaring around the world.
flying in the
One
street.
very unique
Flying in
feature
the
in
street.
Soaring over California is the attraction's profound focus on intimate connections between people.
Flying in the street. Flying in the street.
A massive upgrade compared to the previous Soaring over California. The image quality is much higher, the CG paint scheme, and murals depicting Lewis as he plays his trumpet throughout the bayou. This is where one of my first problems of the ride comes up, specifically with the new mural on the barn. Previously, there's been a lot of discourse online surrounding the mural, with many calling it ugly or unfitting for the attraction. However, in my opinion, the painting perfectly captures the essence of New Orleans and the French Quarter, which, ironically, is the problem. The art on Tiana's barn is inspired by the dozens of large murals and paintings that have come to define the city of New Orleans today. However, these murals are not original or old. In fact, most of them were a product of the 80s and 90s, with some of those popular ones being painted less than 5 years ago. The murals you see in New Orleans today took a lot of inspiration from the city's art back in the 19th century. However, they are more of a representation of modern New Orleans rather than the 1920s, the time in which Tiana's Bible Adventure is set. If you were to go back to the 1920s in New Orleans, you would find that amidst the slum, rat-infested city, that there was a subsequent lack of murals in sight. Instead, walls and buildings, many of the has been transformed into Tiana's office, as well as entering into the barn. What used to be a storage area spanning nearly 3 floors has been transformed into Tiana's office, as well as the storage area for various ingredients and food. Turning to the right, we come across a bare wall where boxes labeled Tiana's foods are stacked in a corner along with a small shelf. Surprisingly, this is the only area in the queue where detail was actually reduced compared to Splash Mountain. Going outside and then up the staircase to the second floor, the small balcony, which used to give a view of the bottom floor below, has been completely remodeled into Tiana's kitchen, where framed metals, cooking equipment, and scenes from the Princess and the Frog movie open to the public. The door that used to be Brer Bear's home has been rethemed into what I can only describe as Mama Odie's shack, as she tells us instrument-playing critters can be found ahead. From there, riders go down their first of many drops and enter the dark portion of the attraction. After splashing down below, guests are transported into the bayou, where they see a massive, beautifully designed Lewis animatronic dancing in place. Seeing the guests, Lewis states that the critters Tiana found sure can play, a line that is repeated multiple times throughout the ride. Going underneath the bridge, we can see multiple critters playing makeshift instruments, coupled with Tiana as she asks the critters if they want to play at her party. This scene in Tiana's Bayou Adventure used to be where we would see the singing frogs and fishing ducks from Splash Mountain. While Tiana has less animatronics, the detailed trees and bushes made up for the lost space, making the scene look somewhat filled and not empty. Unfortunately, this is where a majority of my positivity for Tiana's Bayou Adventure comes to an end. Tiana's Bayou Adventure is not a river journey, but good. Personally, I find this extremely offensive to Navi River Journey. Navi River Journey, believe it or not, is the closest the American parks have gotten to Disney. Although the ride isn't perfect, being considered one of the more boring experiences in Disney's Animal Kingdom, while also having an abrupt anticlimactic finale, at the end of the day, it has one thing Tiana's Bayou Adventure does not, and that is atmosphere. Many people often attribute the quality of an attraction's atmosphere to the amount of animatronics in the ride, or to how overly detailed sets are. However, while that is true, there is much more to building an atmosphere than just some fancy technology. Atmosphere in a Disney attraction is not just something you can
style or substance. Or here's another choice. Don't stop until you have everything. In the GMC Sierra Denali Ultimate, we are professional grade.
See. Instead, it's something beyond what you can see. In Navi River Journey, Disney Imagineers created extremely detailed practical sets and combined them with kinetic movement through animated props and screens. These elements work along with practical sets to build the alien world of Pandora, creating a world that is real, but is also tangible. For example, there is a that's surrounded by alien petals on all sides, ascending the hill to the left and creating a canopy above. Looking up, guests are greeted by overhanging petals, with silhouettes of animals leaping between them, causing the petals to bounce up and down. These visual elements give our imaginations more information to play with, which in turn helps to fill in the blanks of what we cannot see. This makes it easier for us to believe there is a forest that spans beyond in a distance, or that there are dozens of other animals and life forms around us that we cannot physically see. You can see this type of theming even in attractions as old as Pirates of the Caribbean at Disneyland. In the Burning Town scene, there are multiple staircases, doors, and alleyways, which in the real world lead to absolutely nowhere. However, from the writer's perspective, these architectural elements make the scene feel more real, as if we could walk up to these areas and see more buildings engulfed in flames. This sort of atmospheric theming is completely absent from Tiana's Bayou Adventure. While the sets are very beautifully designed, with incredibly realistic leaves, creeks, and grass, at the end of the day, none of these details benefit the atmosphere. In the background of all the sets and animatronics, all you see are either fireflies or just more plants. There is no imagery or world building for your imagination to latch onto and create. So when you start looking beyond the scene, all you can imagine is just more plants or fireflies, not instruments playing critters or anything else that resembles life. What makes this even more crazy is the fact that Disney has already created a more atmospheric indoor bayou nearly 60 years ago on Pirates of the Caribbean. Here you will find things like crocodiles in the water, houseboats with flickering candles, both close and far in the distance, rowboats tied up to tree roots, as well as fireflies, all of which help make the bayou feel more lived in. Even Splash Mountain, the ride Tiana's Bayou Adventure replaced, understood this fairly well. In almost every scene, there were various thematic elements that brought the world the characters lived in to life. Things like little houses, swings attached to trees, farming equipment, bridges, and many more. This is a stark difference to Tiana's Bayou Adventure, where most of the critters look somewhat disconnected from their environment, as if they seemingly popped out of the tall grass like wild Pokemon. Honestly, I think this is the reason why many people say Tiana's Bayou Adventure feels empty. On the surface level, there is more detail and coverage than Splash Mountain, with more realistic trees, grass, and bushes littering the bayou. However, unlike Splash Mountain, these areas fail to contribute to a stronger atmosphere, leaving our imaginations nothing to latch onto, and therefore creating a scene that just feels empty. The unfortunate thing about Tiana's Bayou Adventure is that the Imagineers came so close to creating something great. The details are there, it's just the bayou area and backgrounds are missing that classic Disney flair. Moving along, guests then float by an opening in the trees where dancing fireflies travel through a log, lighting up the surrounding areas along the way. This used to be where guests got their first glimpse of Brer Fox, Rabbit, and Bear as their silhouettes ran off into the distance. Turning to the left, the scene where Brer Bear is entangled in the trap is now Lewis and Tiana recruiting more critters for their party. On the other side of the Tiana and Lewis animatronics are additional critters playing instruments. This used to be home to the jumping Brer Rabbit animatronic, which I personally never saw working at Walt Disney World. The dialogue here in Splash Mountain also used to be very hard to understand. The Brer Rabbit animatronic, which I personally never saw working at Walt Disney World. The dialogue here in Splash Mountain also used to be very hard to understand, being dragged out by the adventure. The audio is mixed very well, making it very easy to understand what the characters. It used to be a long pathway with critters singing, farming equipment, and abandoned mine shafts, is now an area covered with various plants, along with Tiana and Lewis as they search for more critters. This, unfortunately, is where my second issue with Tiana's Bayou Adventure comes in. The Tiana animatronics in almost every scene are triggered by sensors to start their movements when a vehicle comes by. However, in between those times, Tiana is standing around doing absolutely nothing. The first Tiana animatronic idly stares into the distance until a vehicle gets close enough to activate them. Then the fourth Tiana animatronic states that she and Lewis are searching high and low for critters, despite the fact that seconds before she was doing absolutely nothing but swaying back and forth on her box. On the surface level, this seems like an overly critical nitpick. Animatronics idling around is nothing new in theme parks around the world, since they can be expensive to animate and time correctly. However, this isn't some random family-owned theme park in the middle of nowhere. This is a Disney park. Animatronics in Disney parks play a much bigger role than just being a fancy piece of technology to impress people. Instead, they are a critical part and sometimes even a necessity of storytelling and world building. This might seem like a pointless, tiny detail, but these animatronics are bringing something no other screen, prop, or scenery can do, and that is bringing kinetic energy into the world. It's as if these animatronics are real characters living in the world where we as riders just happen to pass by. Take, for example, the Haunted Mansion's graveyard scene. From when we exit the Haunted Mansion to the end of the ride, the ghosts are playing instruments, dancing, and singing. This gives off the impression that the ghosts were already celebrating and we just happened to stumble right into their party. It makes the world feel more alive and lived in compared to going into the graveyard scene and waiting for each ghost to start moving once our Doom buggies got close enough. This applies to nearly every single Disney dark ride ever built, from the oldest Disney rides to the most recent, like Hondo Anaka in Smuggler's Run, who is constantly moving and fiddling with computers as he waits for guests to fill up the recreational room. Even Splash Mountain, a ride that has both constantly moving and on-trigger animatronics, does this well. The jumping Brer Rabbit animatronic is hidden from guests until a vehicle comes close enough. Then there are the two bunny animatronics who are seen sweeping their porch and tending to their farm. These animatronics, when seen,
all Domino's mini price pizzas are half off when you order online. This week only, order now.
Are constantly in the act of doing something, adding to the atmosphere and believability of their world. This detail, as small as it is a crucial part of classic Disney world building, and it is completely missing from almost all the Tiana animatronics. The first and fourth Tiana animatronics feel almost disconnected from their world. In between vehicles, they don't interact with their surroundings. However, this is something that can very easily be fixed. The first Tiana animatronic, who blankly stares into the void, can turn and count the spice bottles on the shelf as she waits for the next log to come up the lift hill. Then, instead of swaying back and forth, lollygagging around, have the fourth Tiana animatronic look in the nearby bushes as she waits for the vehicles to come closer. It's mind-boggling to me that something so crucial to a Disney attraction, which also happens to be found in nearly every single Disney dark ride around the world, is blatantly missing from Tiana's Bayou Adventure. Moving along in the ride, we pass by Mama Odie in a tree as she helps us to find more critters by shrinking us down to the size of a frog. This used to be where Brer Rabbit tricked Brer Bear into sticking his head into a beehive to find the laughing place. Though the scene went from 3 animatronics in Splash Mountain to 0 in Tiana's Bayou Adventure, I honestly don't mind the change too much since the projection mapping and screen are both done pretty well.
Wow.
Going down the Camel Hump drop, we get our first look at the fog and lighting effect Disney showed off at D23. Although the effect originally seemed cheap and lazy, in practice, the effect holds up rather well, helping make the guests feel like they've been shrunk down to the size of a frog. Splashing down below, the laughing place has been transformed into the bottom of a tree, with roots and mushrooms spread throughout the scene. From here, we see
got Wheezy's long neck.
Along with a sort of awkward screen showing Tiana and Louis bopping their heads to tune. A lot of people online claim that this scene would have been better if it was Dr. Facilier instead of Mama Odie, adding much needed conflict to the ride before the drop. While this does sound like a good idea on paper, I personally disagree. I think many people want Tiana's Bayou Adventure to feel similar to Splash Mountain in terms of story and pacing. However, the problem with that is that Splash Mountain's conflict happens between Brer Fox, Rabbit, and Bear, whom we are introduced to and follow throughout the whole ride experience.
Okay. Guess the last thing I'll do is to finish Zack and Wheezy. Zack and Wheezy.
Who was hastily introduced in the pre-show as a world-ending threat before immediately getting clowned on by the
Or, I guess,
turning him into a weak and forgettable antagonist. The scene we have today is decent in my opinion. While it definitely could have been better, I think it fits the current idea of the ride pretty well. Turning the corner, we see a large screen to the right where fireflies are dancing along with the music, as well as another screen above us with Mama Odie and Juju. Going up the lift hill, we see the fog and lighting effects turning us back into humans. Then, right before the 50-foot drop, we catch a glimpse of the first Mama Odie animatronic as she sends us off to the party. This scene is very upbeat and happy, with all the characters dancing and playing instruments, a complete 180 from the ending of Splash Mountain. Brer Rabbit being trapped by Brer Fox, the community evil vultures haunting guests, and the last scene where Brer Rabbit pleads to be thrown into the briar patch are all iconic scenes used to build suspense up to the 50-foot drop. Although I understand what the Imagineers were trying to do, the scenes in Tiana's Bayou Adventure are just very poorly thought out. The screen with Mama Odie has this very awkward standby leaf animation that looks sort of out of place since it's never used anywhere else in the ride. The music on the final lift hill makes it sound like there's a massive party, even though the only thing you see going up is fog. And and then the writing in the entire last section of the ride is just terrible. However, one thing I will defend is the creative choice to remove the suspense from the final drop. Attractions with drops don't always need to have suspense. Rides like Mission Breakout and Pirates of the Caribbean are great examples of that. Both attractions
they
are
don't
fun
have.
and immersive without ever needing to create a frightening or suspenseful environment. The final drop in Tiana's Bayou Adventure is
I
definitely
see.
underwhelming, but that's more of a problem with the lackluster theming and pacing rather than the absence of suspense. A lot of people seem to think suspense is needed in this attraction due to how great the ending was for Splash Mountain. However, Splash Mountain's final lift hill was iconic not because of the suspense, but because of the brilliant storytelling and pacing, which just so happened to use suspense as a story element. Splashing down to the bottom of the 50-foot plunge, guests float down a long, windy river to the finale. In Splash Mountain, this long pause was used as a transition between the lift hill and the finale. The lift hill was suspenseful and almost frightening, while the finale was happy and celebratory. This long, windy river gave a necessary breather to the attraction story, giving time for the guests to reset before entering into the finale. However, this is not the case for Tiana's Bayou Adventure. The lift hill and finale sections in the ride are very similar in that they are both happy and fun, turning the long, windy river from a necessary breather to more of a long, awkward pause. It's not a huge problem, but at the very least, Disney should have added something in this area to carry on the emotions from the final lift hill into the finale. Rounding the corner, riders reach the finale of the attraction, where Louis, Tiana, and the band, as well as multiple characters from the Princess and the Frog movies, join in for the party. This is where one of the most confused finales I have ever seen come out of Imagineering. It's visually overwhelming, incredibly bloated, and has no thematic guidance whatsoever. This finale is the furthest thing away from what makes a Disney dark ride a Disney dark ride. A Disney dark ride is very similar to a film, in that there's always going to be a point of focus, a place in the scene where the story will be told. Using different compositions and framing, filmmakers can visually guide the audience where to look and naturally convey the story. However, a film only allows the audience to look in one direction, unlike a theme park attraction, which is a 360-degree experience. In other words, the guests aren't a camera. They can freely look around in any direction at all times. Because of this, Imagineers had to create unique visual elements to guide.
This is Buick, now. Buick, exceptional by design.
Get 0.9% APR.
Guests where to look, something that has become synonymous with Disney dark rides today. In Pirates of the Caribbean, right before the burning town scene, there are 3 pirates playing instruments along with a donkey and a dog. If you ride Pirates of the Caribbean, you will always naturally look to the left toward these animatronics. This is a purposely implemented design. If you were to look anywhere else in the attraction, like for example to the right, you would see a tree and building facades. These elements are dimly lit and have low amounts of detail and contrast, which naturally guide your vision back to the 3 singing pirates. In Navi River Journey, Imagineers use these high contrast pink plants on the ceiling to guide guests' gaze to the right, towards the alien-looking plants on the screen. The screen then shows an animal causing these alien plants to quickly retract into the ground, giving us more context to what these plants are, as well as building the believability of the world. In the attic scene for Haunted Mansion Holiday, Imagineers make the snake's body go over the dune buggies from the left to the right of the room, causing guests to naturally turn to see the snake animatronic. This sort of thematic guidance is found in every single Disney dark ride around the world, with the only exception being Tiana's Bayou Adventure. Instead of naturally guiding guests through the scene, the animatronic screens, and figures are all trying to grab your attention at the same time, like a battle royale free-for-all where all the visual elements are competing for your attention. It's very chaotic, messy, and just very un-Disney. Now I know some of you might be saying, hey wait, Splash Mountain's finale is built the same way. It's chaotic and messy with no guidance either. And on the surface level, that seems completely true. Multiple animals are singing and dancing at the same time, trying to grab your attention. However, the difference between this and Tiana's Bayou Adventure is that the finale scene in Splash Mountain is only trying to do one thing, and that is build atmosphere. Throughout Splash Mountain, we follow the adventures of Brer Bear, Fox, and Rabbit. Since these are the main focal points of the attraction, they are not included in the grand finale scene. Instead, Brer Bear, Fox, and Rabbit are given their own individual scene. This is purposely done to ensure guests on the ride will always understand what is happening in the story of the attraction, and it is something that is also found in multiple Disney attractions around the world. Sinbad's storybook Voyage isolates its main character right before the main celebration scene, putting additional emphasis on his character while also allowing guests to visually understand the story better. The rest of the animatronics
So, I did a little bit more of Wheezy.
And stress the celebration part of the story. They are characters we do not see in the rest
Yes,
of
I
the
feel
attraction,
like I might
since Disney
be
Imagineers don't want us, the guests, to purely focus on them. Think of them more as background characters in a movie. In Tiana's Bayou Adventure, this sort of thinking is tossed out of the door. All the characters in the scene are either those we've been following earlier on in the attraction, or are important characters from The Princess and the Frog.
Okay, two characters finish and one asset being
This would be
still on the
similar
works.
to cramming the Brer Fox, Bear, and Rabbit scenes into the
So,
finale ending. It would be crowded and extreme fighting for your
5
attention.
hours is pretty good for the weekly stream. So with more than one activity, making videos, editing a POV, making a rapper offline, making a cyber cartoon, and making a POV, as well as creating a few characters, 2 to 3 characters. So yeah, guys, if you guys enjoyed the stream, don't forget to like or dislike. Comment down below for your thoughts and suggestions. And yeah, as long as you don't beg too much for me want to make. But yeah, Multicultural Bud's been doing this as well as a Fur Affinity user into Sonic characters. But yeah, it's been bothering in notes. So maybe it's just I'm just gonna keep ignoring until you take a lot of deep breaths. So I've been scared sometimes of interactions with users I'm not mutuals with. Especially, I guess not every user claimed to be a friend of mine are called as trusted friends, honestly. Trusted friends, so and be sure to subscribe to both my main and second YouTube channels if you all haven't already. Here's a main channel with POVs and major GoAnimate videos that are finished projects. Shorts of the collection of so many character recreations and OCs. Live streams of vlogs and gaming. So I'll be doing one this Sunday, which is Season of the Force, No Small World. But I'll be busy with the first day of Small World. I'll be spending a lot of time there on the 10th. An alternative account on YouTube. Copyright-free footages. But yeah, especially the recent one with Star Tours. See differences. YouTube shorts of vlogging, parks, and others. And this is where the work in progress live streams comes in to avoid spoilers. and my art page where you can see so many drawings I created. So I'm uploading a bit more consistently, but not too consistent. Well, anyways, thank y'all so much for tuning in this weekly live stream, and see y'all um, in the next couple of days in terms of what I plan. And next week for this time kind of live stream, if enough time.